Ali, we should be live now.
Sounds good. I was just about to ask you. Go ahead and call this meeting to order at 7 o'clock p.m. Asia, if you wouldn't mind going ahead and doing the roll call.
Okay.
Thank you.
David Gonzalez.
Here.
Awa, sorry. Mason Newcomer.
Here.
Leslie.
Here.
Oz.
Here.
Talawanimi.
How does that?
Talawanimi. Middle.
Here.
Louise. Gia.
Here.
Manuel.
Here.
Merve.
Here.
Shannon.
Here.
Anthony. David. David.
Here.
Thank you. Daniel.
Here.
Thank you. Edmund. Carmen. Jared.
Here.
Nicolette.
Here.
Jessica.
Here.
Amaya.
Here.
James.
Here.
Taylor.
Here.
Jocelyn.
Here.
And we are good. Thank you.
Thanks, Asia. And by the way, I don't know if you called Daniel, but Daniel's here. He said he had connection issues, and then Anthony said he's going to be a little bit late, and Edmund said he was here as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I go ahead and get an approval of the minutes, please?
So moved.
Thank you. And then I amended the agenda a little bit. I added Austin's appointment for Secretary of Media Affairs as well as a piece of legislation. So if I can get an approval of the amended agenda, please.
So moved.
Thank you. And with that, Austin, if you want to go ahead and share your screen.
Share my screen?
For the appointment.
It's in the slides. Are you able to share it?
Yeah, I can.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, wait, let me move.
Yeah, I was about to say if you could put her in a breakout room, please.
Ivy, I'm going to move you into the waiting room. If you could just like hang out there until the vote and everything's done, and then we'll add you back.
Will do. See.
I should have let her finish. I apologize. Alrighty, everyone. So for Secretary of Media Affairs, I have selected Ivy DePriest as my nomination for your appointment. Just a little bit about Ivy. She is a sophomore English major with a concentration in secondary education. She's very active around campus, looking for different ways to develop herself from being in PAL, SOS. She was a former student body, or not student body, but a hall council president. She has done a lot in her short time here at UNCG, and I have worked with her before, and I know that she is a very dedicated, not only student but also someone who looks out for the best for the student body. The reason why I would select her for the Secretary of Media Affairs is because there's a very short amount of time left in our session, and a goal that I have is to get our account on Wildfire verified and like active. That way we have a direct means of connecting with students. Ivy has said that she would like to jump on this and lead the way for us to get active on Wildfire. I think that is a realistic goal to have set forth before we wrap up here in April. And I think Ivy is absolutely capable of doing it. She has experience working with social media in her previous job, working with SOS. So I know that she can handle the task whenever it is given to her. A fun fact about Ivy is that she got bored one time and she taught herself how to play guitar in 3 hours. If that doesn't show dedication, I don't know what does. But Ivy is definitely very capable of taking on the role of Secretary of Media Affairs. She does have a good working relationship with Irving, who previously held the position and has agreed to help transition her if she runs into any hiccups along the way. But with that, I guess I can take questions if that's cool with you, Ali.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, so if anybody has any questions, just drop an X. I would be more than happy to speak on behalf of Mr. Priest. Any question? Jared?
Yes, I did have one quick question. Does Ivy have any sort of leadership positions like having to do with working with social media, like specifically like a title, I guess you could say, from another?
No, not a specific title. If I'm not mistaken, there's not a ton of opportunities like specific titles oriented to social media and whatnot. But that would just be like an aspect of the job. Working on the website and helping get everything prepared would be her other duties and responsibilities. She has helped SOS with different campaigns that they've been working on. As a SOS lead staff member, but a specific title, not necessarily.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. Gia?
Yeah, I was just going to add on to that. Like before doing publicity, I never had a title with social media because there's not a lot of opportunities for that. But a lot of your social media knowledge is learned through like other things. So I think if she has experience doing it with SOS, that's more than enough, in my opinion.
Thanks, Gia. Any other questions? If not, then I can turn it back over to Ali, and he can take the discussion aspect. But if you have a question, I guess drop an X real quick, and I can answer it. But if not, then I'll be quiet and I'll go back to my corner and let y'all do Senate.
Thanks, Austin, and thank you, Jared and Gia, for your questions and statements. We can move into a period of discussion for 5 minutes. Just drop an X in the chat and I will call on you. If not, someone can make a motion. Oh, could we get a motion to go into discussion or voting? My apologies.
I make a motion to go into voting.
Second.
Real quick, Gia.
Oh, I was just going to make the motion. I just put the X in the chat.
I'm sorry. Does anyone abstain? Seeing none, Jesse, if you wouldn't mind sending out that link, please. Thank you. If all senators can please click on the form and go ahead and vote. We're just waiting on one more. Just take your time and please get to it.
Alrighty, in a vote of I'm assuming somebody just joined Senate. If you did, please let Asia know that you're here. In a vote of 20 to 0, she's the new Secretary of Media Affairs.
Thank you, Jesse. Austin, I'll go ahead and let her back in. Austin, if you'd like to do the honors.
Ivy.
Yeah.
I would like to congratulate you on becoming the new Secretary of Media Affairs. I cannot wait. I cannot wait to work with you for the remainder of the semester. Congratulations.
Thank you, everyone. I really do appreciate it. I hope I do the position justice. Jobs, I didn't prepare anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivy.
Thank you, Ivy, and congratulations once again. Go ahead and move on. So with our first piece of new business, it's the impeachment proceedings. Peyton, if you'd like to go ahead.
Yes, I am working on sending out that link right now.
Thank you.
Sorry, it's taking me a second. I'm removing anyone who's not here. If anyone just joined, can you just tell me who you are so I make sure that I don't exclude you from my list?
Oh, I just joined.
Who was that? I'm sorry.
Oh, Awa.
Awa, awesome. And I think it was somebody else. Maybe not. Okay. All right, I just shared the link with senators. If you'll just take a moment to make sure that you received it. If you didn't for any reason, just let me know and I will make sure that it gets sent to you. So if you're Senator, if you'll check your email.
Do you want us to leave this one and join that one, Peyton?
Yes, please, Gia. Thank you. And then I'll just let everyone in. I think there should be a waiting room, so I will let everyone in as soon as I can. And let's see. I missed one person.
Austin, can you end the YouTube live while we're waiting? Or pause it or whatever?
No, I basically like everybody will just remain on mute, and I'm gonna put up a slide that says like Senate will resume shortly, whenever
Okay.
everybody heads out.
All
Just
right.
so we don't interrupt the Senate meeting and have to make multiple live streams.
Alrighty, sorry.
And I'll just wait until we have everyone out of this meeting so we can head to the next one.
Peyton.
Yeah.
Do you have that Zoom link?
I will send it to you as soon as we are ready for you, Milan. Sorry, I should have said that.
Okay, got you. Okay.
I think we still have one senator in the meeting that needs to join the other one.
I'm trying to join the other one, but I didn't get the thing.
I'm so sorry. Let me forward it to you. All right, I just sent it to you, so you should have it. Okay. Oh, sorry. All right, so we have all the senators in the other meeting. Myself and Ali are going to step into that meeting, and we will resume shortly. Thank you so much, y'all.
But typically Hey, Austin, are you there?
I think I heard somebody say my name.
It was me. It's Jawan. Hello.
Hey,
I was
Jawan.
just checking to see if we had any other legislation on the floor.
Yeah, we should have a piece come up after this, or I don't know the exact word, but like, yeah, there should be at least one piece.
Okay, cool. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
You'll see how it's gonna be like 50 people.
Hello, everyone.
Austin, we live?
Yeah, I'm taking the exam, so sorry.
Oh, my apologies. Good luck on it. So we'll go ahead and come back to the meeting. Peyton, if you'd like to proceed.
Yes, the Senate has voted not to move forward with impeachment.
Thank you, Peyton. And I believe that is it, correct? Okay. So now we can move into our next order of business. I know it's late, y'all. Stick with it. We're really close to being done. Kind of, sort of. We still have legislation to go through. Edmund, if you'd like to go ahead and go through your piece of legislation. Would you like to share your screen, or would you want me to share the screen? You're muted.
I can share it, yeah.
Okay.
All right, can y'all see it?
Yes.
All right, cool. All right, so I'm gonna run through this real quick. So this is SB 9807. That number might be off. I apologize. It's titled a bill to be entitled Transitioning of a New Administrations Act, written by me, signatories Ali and Sahim. So I'm not going to really read through it because I don't want to take too much time. Basically, all this is this piece of legislation is basically creating. There currently exists in the SOP an annual report. However, the annual report is not very clear. It's not clarified. And so what this is doing is making it so that the annual report has a described definition at the very bottom. We're right here, 1 through 4. And this is just essentially going to allow for incoming sessions to have more clarification on their positions, mainly for the exec council and ledge board. Currently, the way it is a new session starts and those positions don't have any guidance on what to do and they find themselves lost. I found that when I first came into this, and I know many of the other chairs can attest to that being the same thing. This is to sort of eliminate where the outgoing chair or board member has to basically just write up. It's a list of achievements from the position in the previous session and reasonings for working towards said goals. A list of contacts that were used by the outgoing administration that may be used by the incoming executive cabinet and legislative board. A personal letter to the incoming executive cabinet or ledge board member describing the challenges in said position, lessons that they learned from the position, and the vision that they had for the position and what should be achieved in that position. And then at the very end, all reports will be given to the historian at the end of each year, just so the historian will have a continuous record of all this. So if at one point, like the 110th session, for example, wanted to look back at what the 98th session did, they can go back and look to see what we did, what each position did, and sort of get guidance in that regard. The real goal is just make everything smoother, trying to make SGA more efficient and as efficient as possible. Sometimes it can be a little cluttered and not very coherent. So this is in hopes of eliminating that. But with that, I'll take any questions that anyone has.
If anyone has any questions for Edmund, we can move into a 5-minute Q&A. Just drop an X in the chat and I will call on you. Just to make sure we're in a period of Q&A. So if you have anything, just drop an X in the chat. If not, we can move into a discussion after someone makes a motion. Seeing none, if anyone would like to make a motion to move to either discussion or to a vote, you can go ahead and make that motion.
Motion to move straight into voting.
Is there a second?
Wait, point of order. We can't vote on this because it's the first reading. It would have to get tabled
True.
first.
Oh,
My apologies.
I apologize. Sorry.
Do you retract your motion?
I retract my motion.
Okay, could someone make a motion to table this until next meeting for a second reading, and then which we can vote on it?
I make a motion to table this to the legislative committee so that they can review it before the next meeting.
Is there a second on that?
I second that.
Are there any abstentions? Seeing none, it'll be tabled to the legislative committee for next week, and then we will revisit it then. Thank you, Edmund. Next piece, 1 second. We can move straight into reports. Give me 1 second to share my screen.
Ali, I know I'm supposed to go first, but could I go last? I'm almost done. I'm on the last question of my exam.
Yeah, focus on that, buddy.
Appreciate it.
Real quick shout out to Austin because he's taking an exam and being the president of this organization at the same time. So we're gonna go past Austin. Peyton.
Hi, everyone. I just want to say thank you to senators and advisors and Ali because he was there and Jesse because she was there for your attention to the proceedings earlier. I know it's late, like everyone said, but I appreciate all of you's dedication to students. We're really doing important work, so thank you again. My phone number and my email are listed here. If anyone has any questions, concerns, comments, anything that they feel like I can address, please feel free to reach out to me directly. My office door is always open. My Zoom door, I guess, is always open. My office hours are Tuesday and Thursday, 10:45 a.m. to 12:30 p.m., 8 to 11 a.m. Wednesday and Friday. Just email me for the Zoom link and just let me know that you plan on being there, and I hope to see some of you soon. So just a little bit of what I've been up to: Geek Week planning, conduct team recruitment planning. The application for conduct team, I know I've brought it up at every single meeting, but it opens on March 1st. So I really hope to see some of y'all's names on those applications. It's a great opportunity. I never shut up about how much I love this job. So please reach out to me if you are interested in conduct team and would like more information or want to know about my experience. I was on conduct team for a little over a year before I took on this role. So yeah, please feel free to reach out. I would love to talk to you about it. Had a conduct team meeting on Monday. Our graduate assistant gave a fantastic presentation on ethical leadership, and that was really informative and awesome. So that was something that I enjoyed. Executive Council meeting on Wednesday, and then the impeachment processes last week and this week. My quote of the week is, "Wearing a face mask is an act of love." I saw this sign outside Tate Street Coffee a few days ago, and I just really appreciated it. Just a reminder, COVID is still on the rise, and you know, things are difficult. So just be sure to mask up and be safe. And then what's coming up? An executive council meeting tomorrow. Conduct team recruitment, like I said, application opens next week. Governing documents meeting on March 1st. Shout out to Austin for taking notes for me during the governing documents meeting. Yesterday, I was not able to attend that meeting due to a couple of other meetings that I had, but I really appreciate everyone that did come to that. We are wrapping up on the Constitution and things have been going really well. So I appreciate you, Austin, and then obviously Kaylee and Jawan and everyone else on that committee. Meetings with Austin, Ali, Meredith, and Dr. Craig as needed. I'm hoping to go to the Glenwood Urban Farm on Monday. It was canceled the other day because of the rain, but I'm really hoping to start volunteering there and kind of get in the door there. I have a meeting with Olivia Tarpley. I'm sure most of you are familiar with her, to talk about grad school, trying to decide if I want to go to law school or get a master's degree. So I have a meeting with Olivia to kind of talk to her about her experience at American. I value her input, so I'm really looking forward to that. I have an OSR OSRR meeting tomorrow with Robert Barker that I'm looking forward to. We're going over plans for recruitment, Geek Week, and then some other stuff to do with my job in the OSRR. So yeah, and then more honors interviews. I mentioned last week that I was on a committee that was helping interview incoming Reynolds, potential Reynolds scholars. So I have that coming up as well. Thank you, everyone. I hope you have a great week. And like I said, my door is always open. Please let me know if you have any feedback, suggestions, anything like that.
Thanks, Peyton. I was going to run through mine, but Austin needs a little bit more time, so I'm just going to kind of jog through it. All right, so same office hours as usual. Monday, 2 to 5, Wednesday, 2 to 5, Thursday, 11 to 3. I might not be the Thursday. It's a maybe as of right now. My email's right there. What I've been up to, governing docs committee, that was Monday. Working on community service opportunities for SGA to incorporate service-mindedness. Edmund has been working really hard and helping me with the joint thing with UNCG-PD to make sure we have a more inclusive campus with our police department and our students on campus. Shout out to him. Executive council meeting per weekly, Silver Leadership Challenge. I'm getting kind of deep into it now. I'm trying to get through it because that alongside with pre-med stuff, alongside with SGA is quite a bit of a schedule. Finding internships, like many of you are, it is kind of hard now that, COVID's a thing and, we're kind of doing internships virtually, if not in person and like rarely. Working on legislation, a couple of those pieces will be coming out in the next couple of weeks from certain senators. ASG, which is this past Friday and Saturday. Friday's meeting wasn't too long. I believe it was like 6 to 8, which isn't too bad for ASG. And then Saturday was like, I believe 9 to 2. That was a little bit of a long one. And then had a call with Austin, Irving, Anthony, Edmund, and Dr. Craig. And then I put a little picture up here. I saw this on like Instagram the other day, and I thought it was pretty cool, talking about how what other people see versus like what they don't see, and how everything below is everything that you have to do in that process to get to wherever you want to get to. And just wanted to keep a little bit of motivation going because I know that times are rough right now and trying to get back to normalcy, but we'll be getting there sometime. So what's coming up? Governing docs committee meeting. We just finished the Constitution, reviewing it, and now we're going to go into the SOPs next. So shout out to the governing docs committee, hard work at that. Planning more outreach initiatives, continuing Silver, like I mentioned. I have a scholarship meeting this week, which occurs bi-weekly. I have a meeting with Merve, talk about inclusivity, meeting with Sergeant Joyner and Edmund, respectively, like I mentioned earlier. Working on internships and shadowing, council meeting weekly, working on COVID stuff, and meeting with Austin and Peyton as needed. Also, I started another Instagram page. I've been detailing cars for about 3 years, almost 4, and I actually have been getting encouraged by a lot of my friends to start a page because of my work. And I typically only do it over breaks, but I was seeing if I could, manage it while I'm here as well, like maybe a couple days a week, like 1 or 2 days a week. And so I started a page, and if you want to get your car cleaned or some of your family or friends' cars cleaned in the area, please check out my page. That's just a personal shout out for myself. But if it's not that, anything SGA related, or if you need anything at all, just please feel free to contact me. If you want to talk in person, or if you want to call me on a Zoom call or meet me in my office hours, please let me know. I'm definitely available and ready to talk. And I feel like I've filled enough time for Austin. So we're going to go back a couple slides now.
So obviously, like, there's my report, but I wanted to I guess change what I would do for my report today, just based off of what I've been seeing these last few weeks. And I wrote a statement, that way I can stay on track for it. But basically what I'm trying to get at is that, like, what are we doing? What are we doing as a student government? We are tying up valuable time, dealing with personal drama, and it's taking away from what we are here to do. And I've been a part of this organization for going on 3 years. And these last few weeks have truly disappointed me, and it's really concerning considering that, for me personally, I won't be here next year, and I'm definitely worried with how things have been evolving to what will SGA be in the next few years. I recall, like, whenever I wasn't in SGA, whenever I was a freshman and sophomore before, I knew about the Constitution, the SOPs, who was my senator, the VP, student body president. You know, basically my mentality with the Student Government Association was the stereotype that we hold, which is a organization that does nothing. And I remember thinking that a student government has no power and it has no influence and is probably a waste of time for those inside and out of the organization. That's what I thought as a freshman, and I never expected to be in the position that I am now. The feelings that I had as a freshman are not uncommon for students to have right now. Regardless of what's going on in SGA, but just in general with our student government. Ali and I, we campaigned last semester, and we tried our best before COVID started to engage with students and see what concerns they have, what was important to them. So we were asking, what did they want us to do? How did they want us to impact them? And students didn't tell us that they wanted academic relief, mental health days, police community reform, including Juneteenth on the academic calendar and advocating for racial justice, discussions with the dining services or advocating for student fees and increasing the fee production for their mental health needs. Students care about all these things, but students don't know who we are, and students don't know how we can impact our campus in a unique and profound way. They just don't know about us. And we do things in SGA, at least we can, but as students, we cannot help but to see the internal clash and the division and the unrest within our organization. Hurt feelings and anger and frustration and pain. We feel this all the time, and whenever students see what we're doing, they get excited by the idea of, oh, there's an impeachment, there's something going on. But I really do believe that students, if they knew what was going on, would be deeply disappointed with the highest level of student leadership at our campus. And I think it's always hard to see the bigger picture and the impact that we have on our campus and the mindset of students. Whenever we're like facing hard times, it's so easy for us to lose the motivation to go where we want to be as an organization or just in life in general. But we have a purpose within the student government. I'll read the purpose just to refresh everyone. The purpose of the Student Government Association shall be to participate in the overall framework of the university governs through advocacy, education, and service, and to address the interests and concerns of students in the university community through student representation. So it's simple. The role of this organization exists to do nothing else but represent students through advocacy, education, and service. And we all have a role to play in pursuing this mission. And, finding your place isn't easy. In a big, massive organization, it's hard to get hidden underneath the radar and slip on by. And I won't say that it's never happened to me, it has. And I'm sure it's happened to plenty of you. But I challenge you, whenever you ask yourself, in everything you do, ask yourself, is what you are or are not doing representing students through advocacy, education, and service? If it is, then you're probably doing your part. But if what you're doing represents yourself, or simply others within the student government, you're probably not doing your part. So whenever we look at what's going on in our student government, with impeachment after impeachment, letter after letter, we get fed up and shift our do nothing mindset to a belief that SGA is an overdramatic do nothing organization. Our bigger image continues to get worse. It gets grimmer until we lose sight. We forget our purpose and we devolve into a pointless, petty fights, which escalate to the highest levels of retaliation. So I want to ask, what are we doing? Why are we here? Why are you here? After every impeachment proceeding, the Senate gets too tired and we table everything to the next meeting. Luckily, we didn't do it this time. But you just spent 3 to 4 hours debating on someone's impeachment. And at the end of the night, there's still no progress for students, the people that we're here to serve. So I'll just be simple and I'll paint the picture as it is. We spent all night dealing with drama, had another notoriously long meeting for nothing, and still made no progress for students. There was no debates on what we can do to better the student body. There was no debates on what we can effectively do within our organization to make it better for students. We just focused on the drama that exists. We skipped the conversations, the hard discussions, the uncomfortable situation, and skipped directly to impeachment. If we have any hope of serving students effectively, we cannot continue to go down this downward path. We have to do better, and it has to come from us. You all may not be fully aware of this, but there's only about 50 days left in this session. And as a president, I worry of what will be the impact that I have and how I may be able to change my legacy here at UNCG. But as a student, all I want to know is how can the student government actually serve in its final days in the 98th session? Not pit each other against one another and dig deeper wounds, not fight, bicker, not talk to each other because it's tough. I want to know, what are we going to do? So I ask you all, members of the Senate, Exec Cabinet, Ledge Board, each and every one of you, will you take action and lead by example, or will you continue to focus on the internal fits and fights that you all have, instead of focus on the bigger picture of serving the students? So for the remainder of my report, I want to leave it up to a discussion. I hope that's okay, Ali. Sorry to hijack the meeting, but a discussion of what are we going to do in these last 50 days? What are we going to do to make sure that we're actually serving students effectively and not wasting our time, but also their time? And that's all my statement that I have. I genuinely want to know if anybody has any suggestions. I would like to hear it. We spent, I'm not good at math, 3.5 hours debating something that probably could have been solved with a conversation. So what kind of discussion can we have right now to actually benefit students? Real quick, I want to say thank you to the interpreters for interpreting that. A little bit of a rant, but Jesse?
Yeah, I think for me, I can just admit that I've fallen lax in my position and I want to tighten up. Like, that's what I want to do in the next however many days we have here. And to make things a lot clearer for everyone. I think something project I want to take on is we don't do campus programming anymore. We don't have programs, even if they're at their computer screen. We have roundtables, but we don't have anything fun. There's nothing fun that we're doing to engage students. So that's something that I want to take on.
Thank you, Jesse. Anyone else? Any ideas? I know y'all have ideas. Irving?
I was just gonna add, like Dr. Craig said last week, we need to be intentional about like reaching out to our constituents to figure out like the problems they see on campus. I know we're all students and we, have our opinions, but it's better to collect the mass opinion than just the opinions of SGA. And then I think another good thing that we're doing is the Find Yourself Here campaign that pretty much highlights Black Lives Matter, but it also talks about representation on campus with counselors, professors. We're doing a video and we have, I think, 2 or 3 pieces of legislation to address the issues on campus. So if anybody else wants to help on that project with a few of us, just let us know.
Thanks, Irving. Kendall?
First, I want to say, like, for us to be able to serve students, we need to make sure that we can work well with each other. So I think one thing we need to work on is making sure that if there's a problem within SGA, or if anybody feels like somebody has gone against the terms of their job, their duties, we need to learn, how you said, Austin, to have those uncomfortable conversations instead of going straight to drafting an impeachment letter. Because I feel like even though we know what impeachment is, like, for the actual government, it's not actually just removal from office, resigning, or whatever. The students, the perception is, like how you said, is drama. And I think we need to get that narrative as gone as possible, because the more they see impeachment, the more they just think, oh, we just an organization that's just crumbling from the inside out. So I think first we need to make sure that we're having those conversations. If somebody has a problem, a personal problem, that it doesn't get in the way of our professional relationships with each other. Because for us to serve students first, we need to make sure that we are able to serve students by at least trying to get along for this time being. And then I know for me, as like the first year that chair pro tempore is a paid position, it's a higher up position. I want to make sure that I am setting a precedent and doing meaningful work for the people who come after me.
I definitely couldn't agree more, Kendall. I definitely appreciate what you've done over these last several weeks. Awa?
I was gonna say that I think that there's an issue with transparency, because I feel as if there's information that we have that we don't also rely to other people. And I also feel as if like people that are new to SGA also don't have understanding of proceedings and the minutes and like other organizations within it. And I think that we also need to help train other people that are new to it, because then it will help us be able to communicate with other people within SGA, and also with like different things that we're going on, like probably like the Black Lives Matter thing, like more people could be aware of it within SGA and not just like us disclosed, and like because not a lot of people know about what we're doing behind that.
Definitely, I hear you, Awa. I guess to take a minute with what we're doing with the Find Yourself Here campaign. It's a series of ideas that we've put together from originally the Black Lives Matter mural idea that we had back, I think, in October. We took feedback from administration, and we expanded it into multi-levels of recognition, ways to pay respect to notable Black people and people of color who have transformed our society as we know it. And we are taking I would say big steps in trying to encourage administration to hire faculty that better represents the demographics of UNCG in the classroom, and also within the counseling services. There's also talks of like pushing for increased funding in different departments and whatnot. So definitely like a lot of different moving aspects. If you're interested in learning more, maybe you want to get involved in it, definitely let me know, and I'd be more than happy to get you connected, because it is a lot of moving parts. And the committee that we set up for it, shout out to all of you. They've really been putting in work to make sure that it all gets done. So definitely kudos to them. But if you want to get involved, I'd be more than happy to help you get there. And I just want to be clear. This isn't to point the finger and say, you all are doing something wrong. There's likely a good chance that I am doing something wrong. Ali is doing something wrong. Maybe even Peyton. Like, any of us could be doing something. Any of us could be doing something wrong. Maybe not getting you the right resources as you need them. Holding each other accountable is a two-way street. I can hold you accountable to your role, but if I'm not doing my job to make sure that you're able to do yours, that's a problem. So it's not just what can you do, it's what can we do to make sure that we effectively serve students. Peyton.
Yeah, I just want to kind of go off of that. I'll make it quick, but I just wanted to say I'm so open to feedback, y'all. I don't think Cam is here tonight, but she knows I say to conduct team after every meeting in every message, if you have any suggestions, if you have any feedback for me, whether it's positive or negative, please reach out. Please let me know. I can't speak for Austin and Ali, but I think they feel the same. We grow so much from hearing what you all have to say about our performance. And so if you come to us with a legitimate concern or something that you feel like we're able to act on or address, we're all ears. And that's how we get things done, because SGA attracts the types of students who want to make a difference and who want to change things. And a lot of times, we have had the reputation in the past of not doing anything. And like Austin said, we don't want that reputation going forward. I think there's so much potential in this organization, in our Senate, in our executive cabinet, and in our executive council this year. So I would encourage you guys, please reach out, or to you all, please reach out. I know I don't always voice my opinion in these meetings, and I have to remain objective on a lot of things, and that's totally okay. That's the job description. That's what I signed up for, and that's what I'm glad to do. However, I want to hear from you all. I'm here just as much as Austin and Ali are, so my door is always open. If you have anything to say to me, please reach out, and I will be listening.
I couldn't agree more with Peyton. Ali.
All right, so I definitely concur with what you're all saying. So I'm gonna be very blunt. Whoever wrote the impeachment letter for me, I respect it. I would like for whoever it was to come to me. I would like to know what I need to do to do better as your vice president. I want to make sure that I'm making sure that you all, have the tools to be successful in this organization. We're not here, at least I'm not here. I know 99% of y'all are not here to come here and just sit here through a 4-hour meeting to debate about something that wasn't even for students. We're here to make a difference. We advocate for students. We're for students, and we are by the students. So I would like to keep a more transparent form of communication with y'all. Whatever it may be, just please contact Austin, Peyton, or myself. I know we're all open ears. Without criticism, there's no growth. So I definitely would like to hear from any of y'all in whichever regards it would be. So thank you.
Thank you, Ali. And, I definitely realized that a good chunk of y'all have never met me, Ali, or Peyton in person. So, knowing those two, knowing, probably about a half dozen of y'all personally, I know that y'all, like to get criticism yourselves, but you also like to give criticism, and we welcome it. We want to hear, what can we do better? So, seriously, please don't hold back whenever you have a concern. Like Dr. Craig said, maybe in the particular moment that we're dealing with, that's not the best place. I know that I've definitely stepped on toes before, and I apologize for that. But we want to know what we can do better, and that comes from like the bottom of our hearts as student leaders, and hopefully one day future leaders. That's all we want to genuinely do. Does anyone have anything they'd like to add, discuss on how we can better represent students moving forward? What exact steps we can take to be? Yeah, what's up?
If I may, what would y'all think if I sent out a Google form to each of you all, just asking what we could do in the last 50 days of this session to make sure that we're on track to be successful? What do you all think about that? Peyton.
I think that's an awesome idea. And I want to offer up, if you'd like to add a section in there, maybe Austin can respond to this too, maybe for each of us. I know as SGA as a whole, I think that's an awesome idea, but if there are specific comments that people have for myself, Ali, and Austin, I think it would be an awesome opportunity to just add separate sections to that Google form so they can provide any additional commentary that they feel is necessary for our performance.
Yeah, maybe an exec ledge and judicial branch like sections. And I would say make them optional that way. Like maybe you don't have 3 things, give them a choice. Jesse.
I think while it's like important for us to give you guys feedback because like you're the top and you're the head, I think it's also important for you guys to give us feedback because we are your constituents. Like Ali, like you're over ledge, and Austin, you're over exec. Like we also need feedback too. And so do the senators of like, hey, like you've done this, or you can maybe improve this area, maybe take on this project. Like I think it would be really cool. I think that also is valuable as well, because we all can't be stagnant. We all can't just be evaluating and putting you on the chopping block if we're not also willing to put ourselves there as well.
Gotcha. Thank you, Jesse. Irving.
I was going to ask, has SGA ever sent out like a survey to students, to the student body to figure out like what they want to see? I think that would be a good idea, maybe, since it's harder for us to like physically reach out to people in person, and it's a lot harder to reach out to the student population virtually. A quick survey might help. I don't know if that's possible.
Is Gia and Paige here? I'm trying to scroll through this. I see Paige. Gia, are you still here?
She's not in the meeting.
Oh, Paige, could you and Gia pass some legislation last year about a survey that you want to do for current concerns?
Yeah, so it was supposed to be needs legislation. So we're actually working on the second part of it because we got started before quarantine, and then you were out of school and everything. So we're actually working on the second piece now.
Gotcha. Yeah, so I know like we're trying to gather info from students, and Edmund, is Edmund still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
You mentioned today that you wanted to do a survey.
Yeah, the committee, we already started a survey. So if y'all want to do something, y'all can tag along with us, and we're more than willing to extend the hand to y'all.
So, we're there's definitely work to push for collecting information. I know this is a weird time to do it, as everything here is, but there's definitely a couple of projects going on, Irving, that hopefully we'll be able to collect information not only for like COVID related stuff, but for the next session and maybe the session after that. Who is next? Is it Peyton?
I think so. Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to Jesse for your comment. I really appreciate that. I think that the feedback definitely goes 2 ways also. I think that Austin and Ali are probably in a better position to provide you all with feedback than I am. I think that I typically deal with students on the OSRR side, and so I'm advising students who are maybe not having such a great time in their education, or who are really in need of assistance, and that's something that I love to do, but I'm not always working directly with members of SGA. So I would love to do more of that, but I guess my main piece of feedback is like what I'll provide here, and then I'll kind of leave it at that. But I guess I said this in the closed session, but it just is kind of overarching. I think just be really thoughtful thoughtful. Before you speak to one another, before you propose legislation, before you propose a letter, whether it's of impeachment or just an address to the rest of SGA, I would just advise you all to put as much heart and soul as you did into running for these positions that you have, into every single action that you take, into, all the things that you do in SGA, because it's so important. And I know that everyone that is here wants to be here, and we're doing great work. And I think that I said this in the last meeting, and then I said this to Austin the other day, but I think that the biggest thing we can do for students right now is just to let everyone know that we are there for them. And I think that's the biggest thing. And I hope that in the rest of this session that takes the form of action. But I think that it's also just really helpful for students to know that we are in solidarity with them in whatever situation that they may be going through, that they have our support. So I think that that's my biggest piece of feedback. Just kind of take that sentiment, if it resonates with you, and put it into everything that you do in SGA. Because I don't know, that's just my perspective, but I do a lot of behind the scenes work. I know you guys don't see, or you all don't see me quite as much, other than just my face in the meetings, and then obviously, unfortunately, in impeachment proceedings and that type of thing. But like I said, my door is always open. And yeah.
Thank you, Peyton. Hang on, the list moved. Merve.
I just want to add on your saying, so why we are not able to move forward with the things we want to do for students and our campus, just to reflect what I experienced while I'm in the SGA last semester and this semester, as well as feeling excluded, discriminated. So because the thing is, personally, I want to say, sometimes you want to involve something, but you are not being allowed to involve. So that's personally turned to another personal issue or being dramatic. So just, I can say it for myself and for any other people in the Senato, because you can be productive in an environment that you really feel included. So at this point, I guess, just as a reflection for me and for everyone, I guess, we need to really create that environment that we trust each other, we include everyone, so we can be more productive with the things that GSA planning to do to contribute to student success. So without providing a safe and inclusive environment for our senators, I think we're gonna always have that kind of issues and just spending time on it. I'm not saying wasting time, because some people concerned, and if one person is concerned about it, it's worth to discuss. So we need to make sure on ideas to make this SGA better and safer for everyone to speak and work. Thank you.
Thank you, Merve. And I definitely, I want to, you, me, Ali, to work on something to make sure that what has happened doesn't happen again, because it's not fair to not only you, but anyone who's been stuck in that situation. And I definitely want to make sure that before this session ends that we do something about that. So thank you, Merve. Awa.
This was a question about like the polls. The current concerns committee was going to make a poll for COVID-19, but I wanted to ask, how do we go about like sending it to the entire school for that?
I don't know exactly. Paige, do you know how we would go to get the survey out to everyone? my guess is like we would use like one of the CAP services, like one of their databases of names, but I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah, so I believe like in the past we've used I think I asked Meredith honestly, but you know how like they have the it's already like a set list. And of course, like you just do it through email. So we were able to get access to that. So I believe Meredith helped us with that.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Alma and Paige. Daniel.
Hi. I I understand and empathize with what we're all talking about tonight. As it grows closer to midnight, I would love to make a motion to continue this conversation in its entirety so we can take a week to really think about our initiatives and think about problem-solving measures that we can take collectively as SGA and bring this up for debate next week. And so that we can at least get some sleep. Because I don't know about you all, but my schedule starts pretty early in the morning, and I'm just trying to remain respectful for other people who might be early risers or might still have more work to do tonight. Not to silence anyone's concerns tonight, but I do feel that there is a time and a place for this. And right now, I feel like we can definitely think on it and then reconvene next week and maybe come up with some more solidified plans.
Daniel, if I could just ask if you could like retract, I'm not even the chair, I apologize, Ali, but if you could like retract that just so we can finish going through the list, and then after that, if that's fine with you.
So you'd like me to retract the motion or edit it, or what are you saying?
Just like retract your motion and let I think it's just Jessica respond, and then we can do that. I think Jessica's the only person who has an X in the chat at this point who hasn't got to speak, but
absolutely, yeah, I retract that motion.
Thanks, buddy. Jessica?
No, like Daniel was saying, it's late. What I was going to say can definitely wait until it was just some ideas about like how we can like build like kind of community within SGA. But like Daniel said, it's getting late, and I have stuff to do. I know other people have stuff to do, so I'm definitely cool with if we want to just go ahead and end this. I'm definitely cool with that.
Real quick, Jessica, if you wouldn't mind, I know we're trying to get through this, but if you could just email me your ideas, that'd be great so you don't forget them and we can just bring it up next week.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and Ali, I don't know if it's okay if I can just go back to the slides. I'll skip the whole entire report. I just wanted to ask a question specifically. So I have a meeting with the chancellor this Friday. I think it's the 26th. Go forward one more slide. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, it's the 26th. I have a meeting with Chancellor Gilliam. I wanted to ask you before tonight, but now, do you have anything specifically you want me to discuss with the Chancellor? He asked me to create like a brief agenda by tomorrow. So if you have any specific ideas or like concerns that you'd like me to address, I would appreciate those. Okay, alumni B. Merve, I don't know the answer to that question.
No, they can't. It has to be a full-time faculty or staff member. Full-time UNCG faculty or staff member can serve as student group advisors.
I want to bring a topic related to student organization recently funded, and it's one of the highest funded student organizations for spring 2021. So, but I just don't want to take any time for this, but I will be in touch with my finance committee chair and Meredith related to this, what I realized. So thank you. Sorry, it was supposed to send private, but everyone, I'm sorry.
Thanks,
My
Merve.
bad, Merve.
And if you have any other questions, we could talk on Friday.
But yeah, does anybody have something specific It can be a topic or whatever. I can get briefed up on it by Friday. But is there anything specifically you want me to discuss with Chancellor Gilliam? Otherwise, I'm just going to talk to him about stuff that I probably am interested in. So like the vaccine distribution and whatnot. Anything? Well, if y'all think of anything by tomorrow, I would say probably tomorrow by noon because I need to send it out to his chief of staff. If you could just send it to me, I would appreciate it. Because I definitely want to make sure that y'all's concerns and the concerns of your constituents get addressed. But other than that, definitely long-winded report. I appreciate the conversation, everyone. I really hope that we can do this again next week and have a genuine, maybe not heart-to-heart necessarily, but like like a genuine conversation to make sure like we're doing the best we can. But other than that, I'll finally be quiet. Thank you all.
Thank you all. I'll take back over from Austin hijacking the meeting. Just kidding. Also, shout out to the interpreters one more time because they've been on here for hours. All right. Moving to Senator Forum, any senator can speak up to 2 minutes, pertaining on anything containing to SGA. I know Kendall had something to say, so Kendall, if you'd like to go.
It's okay. You can wait till next week.
Okay, sounds good. Edmund?
Motion to move to announcements.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any abstentions? Milan? Milan, did you have something to say? If so, someone has to yield their time to you for the Senator Forum.
No, sorry, my X was for when we move into announcements.
Ah, gotcha. Okay. All right, Milan, you can go ahead.
What's up, team? So tomorrow is Student Org Appreciation Week, and tomorrow is Student Org Representation Day. So there's an Instagram challenge. If you could please wear a T-shirt that represents your student org or the SGA, tag campus activities on Instagram, and there is a cash prize that'll go to your student organization for different events and programming stuff. So wear some T-shirt or swag, and tag CAP on IG. And then thank you so much to those who participated in today's Student Leaders Roundtable. It was a really great discussion and had a lot of great dialogue and really some greater understanding of what our student orgs and groups need. But again, thank you all so much. Reach out if you need anything, as always.
Thanks, Milan. Real quick, Irving said there's free COVID testing tomorrow, 93 he thinks. And then Peyton said she didn't want to waste time, and she wanted to say that UNCG scholarship applications are due soon. And if you need a peer recommendation, please reach out to her because she'd be happy to do one for you. Anyone else for announcements? Going once, going twice. Seeing none. I never thought we'd get this far. Edmund?
Motion to skip adjournment roll call.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
All right. I will adjourn this meeting at 11 o'clock p.m. Thank you, everyone, for your time. It has been a very long-winded meeting. I appreciate the conversation, and I will see you all next week. Please email me if you need anything.
Ali Ham Sandwich, what's up?
What up, Doug?
Still on YouTube, I'm sorry.
Still on YouTube. Awesome.
Didn't know that.